Hey, good morning, everybody. Hope everyone's doing wonderfully well. Just give me about a minute or so. I'm just going to fill up some more coffee and then we'll jump into the pre-market scans. But yes, lots of volatility across the board today. Lots. Sorry to hear that. NVIDIA puts are fucked. Yeah, so I mean, starting with NVIDIA here, I think that mega cap tech is going to hold up the best if there is a bounce in this market. I would not be looking to buy trash companies, so stick to kind of the quality, the leaders, Microsoft's, NVIDIA's, Apple's, Mags. Um, But here's the thing, right? When we're in a environment and the market is selling based on fear, and that's what this war is. Um, you really got to be careful with technical levels. You don't want to take the minor majors. You want to take the major levels, not the minor levels. And right now, Nvidia is in a three-bar surge correction to the downside, which is actually technically a very good setup for a tradable long bounce. You can see it's piercing the daily 200, but the area that I'm looking at is this gap fill down here from early February along with this parallel channel. That's really the only area that I like for an NVIDIA long, which means that it could still flush another $3 or so to the downside. So Lots of opportunity, but again, don't rush into anything. I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities over the next month as this war progresses. It doesn't seem like it's going to be a one and done war. It seems like it's going to be prolonged, especially since you factor in that the US is now asking to use air bases in Europe, UK, likely going to try to also um, garner some other support from other countries and draw them in. And UK is going to get drawn into this war now with US using their air bases. But nevertheless, lots of opportunity, guys. I really don't know where the indices are going to settle. If we just look at it structurally, this is a pretty bad breakdown in the SPX. The SPX was trying to hold on to some of this support, and right now on the daily chart, we're looking pretty grim. Basically, let's actually go to the Qs. Yeah, we'll look at SPY. SPY right now is triggering this little head and shoulders formation, which does take us down lower. And the market, there's a lot of oversold aspects of it, but when the main indices are selling, it's very difficult for really anything to bounce. You got a couple pockets of strength in industrials this morning, XLI and obviously XLE, so therefore the S&P is holding up much better. You look at XLE, big gap up. XOM, Monster, LMT, Raytheon, those war stocks are flying to the top side. So they're pretty much getting all of the liquidity flow at this time. But I'm not looking to shorten video, although I do think it goes lower. I would rather take it on the long side down here. Again, crude oil is going to be the heartbeat of the market, guys. I'm watching Microsoft. Microsoft has actually had a really nice bounce off the lows. I was looking at the poly market odds for things trying to turn green today, and Microsoft was one of the outperformers. Look at that bounce off of pre-market low. Microsoft went all the way to 386 and has now bounced to 392. So that's an impressive reversal off the lows, guys. Microsoft is almost green in the pre-market. So if there's a mag name that you want to trade alongside, I think Microsoft is it. Again, it's more oversold. It's pretty cheap PE. So that's at least what I'm looking for across the tape. I'm probably going to try to look for an entry on crude oil. I'm not going to chase it off the open. I want to see where it settles out. But if we look at USO, which would be the trading vehicle, gapping up to 87. I mean, this is a fat breakout on crude oil. Look at this USO chart, guys. I mean, look at that weekly inverse head and shoulders. Literally breaking out of a multi-trend line resistance area, gapping up. And it's going to put some downside pressure on the tape. That should put some downside pressure. But I would consider buying a pullback on USO around the 85 handle. That's where I would look for a pullback. I think that crude's going to keep an underlying bid in it. The only thing that would take it down is if there was a ceasefire, but I don't see that being happening, especially with additional retaliatory strikes. Not yet. This one could be a prolonged one, guys. Now for that S&P 500, we are off of the lows. I think that there's a trade on both sides. I think there's a big trade on both sides. I think you could take deep out of the money puts, deep out of the money calls, lotto size, and hope for the best. What's interesting is I was actually looking at fading silver off the open, and this one just has given up some of the goods. So this is where this is turning into fear, right? Silver's not really a fear-based asset. It's got a little bit of that monetary devaluation side, but it's got a huge industrial side, and interesting to see silver getting dumped here as gold is somewhat staying firm. You also have the US dollar, which is ripping, guys. I mean, the Dixie is super strong. Looks like it at least wants to test 98.70 and change. So that's another major headwind for the market this morning. YS asking any drone stocks recommendation. Honestly, these are probably going to be the stocks that just rip today. ONDS is a good one. ABAB is a good one. UMAC is another one. DPRO is another one. But structurally, Ondas probably gets the most attention, and the chart is actually setting up A-OK. The only thing I don't like about Ondas is that you actually were getting that potential 7 and 20 bearish cross. It never happened, but the moving averages weren't showing the best positive structure. So I'm personally not looking really to get into even any industrial longs. I mean, LMT, Raytheon, the war stocks. I'm not even looking at those. I think those can even become a buy the rumor, sell the news. So I'd be careful with drone stocks, although they're catching some liquidity today, and some of these war stocks. Just be careful. You know, oftentimes these gap ups, even though we are breaking out into war, they can still become a buy the rumor, sell the news if the markets start to tumble. So just be careful if you're wanting to pick these. Certainly don't chase off the open. I mean, if you get a pullback, you can maybe trade on the long side with a tight stop, but just be careful. I think this market could be a little bit more vulnerable today than what people think. We've seen a lot of the times the stock market has tried to bottom though on war, but again, the big thing is crude, guys. Crude oil. If this doesn't come down, the market's fucked. And I still think that at minimum, this is now a prolonged midnight hammer spike here on crude was up to 75 handle. So how can we not test that? If midnight hammer was like literally a 24-hour operation or a multi-hour operation, and this is now turning into a multi-day war and potentially weeklies, how can we not test that midnight hammer reversal high, which suggests crude's still got quite a bit higher to go. Okay, let's look at that wheat. Yeah, look at wheat. You know, what's interesting is we discussed wheat with a couple of members, and look at that wheat breakout. Filthy. Beautiful, actually. But everything's getting hit. I mean, Bitcoin, if we look at that structurally across the tape, BTC is putting in potentially a bit of a bearish wedge formation. It did have that big dip reversal, big attempt at a breakout, got slapped back down, still underneath all the key daily chart moving averages, guys. Not good. Wow, Google's getting slammed today. Natural gas is getting slightly faded. That had a decent pop, seeing a bit of reversal down. Meta, Tesla down sharply. Netflix taking a breather. Apple, that's also a bit of a flight to safety. Interesting, Microsoft, guys, is holding up the best. That one's barely negative in the tape. QQQ is down 1.43%, and the Microsoft is almost green. Impressive, impressive. So look for maybe software. Look for maybe software, guys, to bottom. Microsoft longs look decent. Caleb was looking at Palantir. Yeah, for a software name, Palantir actually, look at that gap up. Military backing. Yep, Palantir looks solid there, Caleb. Yeah, it does. Yeah, for a software name, IGV, that's going to add a little bit of extra confidence in IGV. Look at silver just dumping here, guys. Intraday, going from green to red. Nasty little dump. Triggering a little bit of a mini head and shoulders pattern here. And that downside takes us to about 92 and change. But yeah, silver getting smoked here. Intraday. Definitely. Now you got to watch to see if this turns into a bit of a rounding top formation. Double top. That could at least come back down to 88 bucks or so. Interesting. And, you hear a lot of people talking about all these missiles, Tomahawk missiles, having like 500 ounces of silver in it. Well, silver should be ripping, but it ain't. Gold is holding steady, coming in a little bit, still up sharply. So big divergence today between the gold and silver ratio. Gold up 1.7, silver down sharply. Let's look at nat gas real quick. Nat gas coming in sharply from the highs. This one is, the natural gas aspect of it. I wasn't too concerned about Iran and the natural gas fields, but since they're dragging in a lot of the other Middle Eastern countries, that becomes a bit of a concern. But we have had excess natural gas supply. So nat gas really isn't the worrisome commodity. It's just oil. It's literally oil. Hmm. Man, they just hammered silver down 1.63%. I got killed. Dom asking about Kratos, KTOS, $100 calls. Let's take a peek at Kratos. Another military defense stock. Oh wow, actually Kratos isn't that overbought. It's not like the other ones. Wow, that's surprising that it got such a big pullback. Yeah, nice observation. This one's not that, this one's pretty decently valued right down here. Interesting. Yeah, so I mean, you got that near-term resistance is about, yeah, $100. I'd say you have a chance at hitting 100 off of a squeeze. The first big area that I would like to see. You got some daily chart moving averages that are sloping in a downtrend, but this gap fill around $96 looks solid. Huh. Yeah, that could be a long for sure. If you get a pre-market low retest, that would be pretty cool. It is sharply off of its highs, but definitely could still make a move higher. Interesting. Yep, I'd keep that one on watch for sure. $100 calls on Kratos would be a huge fat trade. They should be fairly cheap. Haven't really looked at the chain in a while. You got them at 4 cents on Friday? Damn. You're gonna be a baller today. You're gonna be a baller today. Yeah, a lot of carnage out there. AES, Norwegian Cruise Lines, airlines getting smoked, man, smoked. AES down 16. Oxy's having a great day. Palantir strong. XOM strong. New Fortress Energy, that's strong. Yeah, crypto's certainly weak still. Crypto's very, very weak. That's for sure. Hmm. See how these shipping stocks are doing? Yeah, look at Zim. Still holding. GNK. Yep. Tankers, shippers. Fucking, well, look at those monster gap ups, man. STNG, yeah, wow. Wow. Look at those charts, guys, on these tankers. Man, that's crazy. I mean, maybe a lotto short to the downside, but wants to step in that train. Jeez. Staples are still staying pretty firm here. XLK gapping down. Man, look at that XLE chart, guys. That's filthy, eh? Huge gap up. Crazy. Wow, silver getting hammered here. Man, now down 3%. They couldn't wait till I could get in the morning and trade some options. Fuck. That's crazy. Look at that silver decline. Damn, I was looking to get in that. Alright, so now we can look for a bit of a silver bounce at some point. So I hope it keeps flushing now into the close. That'll set up a nice little short-dated option trade coming into your first little support level here on silver. Man, they're getting hammered. What's gold doing? GDX. Holy shit, miners might be a flat out short, guys. Sil J, still green. Yeah, these miners might be a fade, guys, with silver dumping. Gold also dumping. Interesting. Hmm, cool. We'll watch that. Alright, gonna watch crude oil here, SPY. Got a few other windows open. But yeah, miners might be a short, guys. And you think about why miners might be a short. What's their biggest input cost? Crude oil. What's crude oil doing? Spiking. So yeah, miners might not be a bad short, guys. All right, let's get ready to rock and roll here. Wow, silver's still getting hammered, guys. Yep, short those fucking miners. Miners are gonna get faded hard, man. Look at silver just getting pummeled right now, down 4.16. Oh my goodness, falling even more. Look at that. They don't even want to let me get an entry. Are you serious, man? I wanted to short the fuck out of that. Yeah, these miners are gonna drop like a rock, guys. These Sil J miners, fucking fade them. Holy shit. GDX, that's also gonna get. Wow, silver's just getting liquidated right now, down 5.65%. Fuck, they couldn't wait till it got open. That is crazy. That's a fat dump, man. It's a fat dump in silver. All right, we're to regular trading session. I'm pissed. I was literally wanting to fade that, have my options contract open, and then they dump it right ahead. So I can't chase the fade, but maybe I can short Sil J. We will watch that. Sil J. Interesting. Oh, big gap down just happened in SIL J. Fuck, man. Yep, miners down because of high crude prices. That's the simplest answer that we can deduce. Crude oil squeezes margins, right? Crude oil squeezes all S&P 500 companies' margins, but it specifically targets miners as their all-in sustaining costs drastically change quickly. All right, guys, 3 minutes till the Crazy Fun House Casino opens. Let's make some money today. GDX is still gapping up in green. Gold. Maybe GDX is also fade, guys. Cheap contracts. It's not bad. Not bad. Wow, that SIL J chart just got hammered. Man. Oh, GDX, don't fade it without me, GDX. I wanted to short you. Fuck, they're fading GDX now too, guys. Oh my god, man. Come on. Looks like gold also might start to get hammered here. Alright guys, so I am looking at a short on the metals, or the miners, sorry, GDX, SIL J, but I'm gonna see if we can get a bounce intraday first, but man, those miners got heavily liquidated. Silver's trying to bounce a little bit here. Thankfully. Man, we're gonna have some crazy volatility, guys. This don't be freaking surprised, man, if we get crazy swings down and up all around. I mean, this is gonna be a wild day, man. Wild day. We haven't had a prolonged war trade, and this is different than the Russia-Ukraine because it's now drawing in more international attention, right? It's not just the two countries, it's roping in the US, the largest military. You're roping in the UK, you're roping in the Middle East countries. GDXD, yeah, if that's a levered play, you can take that. But I'm gonna wait. I'm not gonna look to jump into anything. I got some swings. We did take a couple put options over the weekend. Um, it's a 3x? Wow. It's open. Sesame. Open sesame. Microsoft coming in. SPY. Probably gonna get a buy the dip like we saw in the futures. SPY starting to get heavy here again. Silver big bounce. Really bad fucking glare on my screen. All right, bit of reversal in Microsoft, getting some buy side pressure. MSFT, IGV coming up the back door and ripping. Shit, she ripping. Microsoft ripping hard, guys. Look at that move on Microsoft. Nvidia's green, guys. Wow, Netflix green, Microsoft green. You got green shoots starting to appear big by the dip. Big buy the dip coming in. Gold still getting hammered. Man, they are buying the dip here, or at least trying to. That's crazy. Pretty decent buy program, guys. Pretty decent. Microsoft, IGV, Microsoft looking strong. Crude oil taking a bit of a dip here. There's a bit of a short trade at this pre-market high, guys, for SPY. Gold still getting hammered. Dollar now coming in. Interesting. Like there is some support here on the markets. There's definitely some support here. You got your industrials. Some of them are trying to get fade a little bit. Crude oil coming in a little bit more. Market is still acting a-okay, guys. Software and NASDAQ. Look at Nvidia. Look at Netflix. Look at Microsoft. Things are, wow, holding somewhat strength here. SPY's trying to get through pre-market high. Very strong reversal. Very strong reversal up, guys. Just starting to lose a bit of momentum. All right, high risk, guys. I'm going to try fading here. High risk. Put option 671. Just trying to take a little bit of a fade on the market, but it's risky. Yeah, there's heavy buy volume for sure. Crude is starting to come in a little bit. Getting a fat buy program still. IGV and software, guys, still acting somewhat well here. Software is still acting well. SPY still shaking and moving to the top side. Prior day low retest. Pretty impressive price action. Software, Nvidia, ripping, guys. Microsoft ripping. Mags are showing some strength here. Microsoft still pushing to the top side. So what was interesting in the futures market, you saw a really big bounce off that 10-minute candle, and then you got price action faded heavily. But right now it's looking strong. Man, buying the dip coming in full force here, guys. Qs are ripping. That candle lulls people in for a chase, but software is pushing. Nvidia. Man, look at that Nvidia stick. Pushing. S&P ripping to the top side. Holy moly. This market is getting bid up in full force, guys. Full force. Crude softening. Crude's still above pre-market low, so we'll have to watch that carefully. But market is strong here. I'm taking a Lotto 671 SPY puts, guys. 0 DTE Lotto. Please size appropriate if you're going to play. Crude oil still getting hammered. You got staple stocks coming in, guys, sharply from the highs. Don't be surprised if the market wants to have a big retrace intraday, guys. Gold getting a big bounce, silver as well. You still got weakness in Tesla, Meta, Apple, Google, but Microsoft, Nvidia, software pumping to the top. IGV, guys, still very, very strong. Nice pullback in the tape. Come on, pay me on these puts. I wouldn't mind if they just wreck it. All right, opening range low. Let's adjust these. Whoops. Why is my thing? Oh, it's locked. That's why. My screen was locked. OR low. OR high. Let's see which way we want to go. So SPY is actually still holding A-OK for the time being. Software still pushing. Microsoft new high of day. That's actually gunning for its gap fill. That's looking pretty solid, Microsoft. Crude oil. Wow, IGV, guys, phenomenally strong. IGV still ripping to the top. The question is, can the market sustain this? So again, futures market, guys, last night, opening 10-minute candle, very strong and bullish, just like what we had, and then it just got absolutely faded from there. So let's see if it works out the same way. For now, we are holding pre-market high, but we'll see if it can last or if they're going to fade it. You made one can, sold everything. Nice. Nice. Money's money. Money is money. How's the Dow doing? The Dow's still underperforming. The IWM, big bounce, but also coming in now. So again, QQQ are trying to take some leadership here. SPY's still holding strength right now. Qs are still trying. SPY's still trying. Nvidia is still ripping to the top, guys. Nvidia is a beast right now. SPY pushing right back up again. Again, a lot of software strength and Nvidia pumping in a bit of liquidity. Crude oil softening, that's helpful. Gold is catching another little bid. You grab Mara puts. Good luck. Again, crude oil, guys, I'm watching this. This is coming into a critical pre-market low level. The market's gonna, if crude loses pre-market low, the market's gonna love it. But right now, we're still holding on WTI. I'm still in 671 puts. Again, they're lotto size on SPY. We are seeing certain stocks giving it up, but they're certainly pumping software. That's good to see because software is our big holding on the long side. Google still getting punished. Amazon getting punished. Dow still getting punished. Crude still up about 6%. Gold, green, silver down 3.8 but bouncing. Nat gas still up 4.3, trying to push higher. Big push here in SPY yet again. Another push here. They are trying to pump this market back to the top. You got to pump it up. Software IGV going for that gap, guys. Look how strong IGV is, guys. What a stick. What a stick, eh? Crazy. SPY's still pumping. We got so much time here, guys. A lot of buying the dip coming into play right now. So looking at the sectors, guys, all sectors of the S&P are red right now except for XLE energy. Consumer discretionary getting punished, but big buy program, SPY trying to go green. Look at them. Wow, what a pump, eh? What a pump in the take. Crude oil coming in lower, SPY ripping. SPY is moving. Dollar is softening here. Gold trickling lower, silver still trickling lower. QQQ bumping up into first little resistance here at 604 and change again. SPY is still trying to push. Crazy. Impressive reversal, guys, for SPY. Impressive. SPY is pumping. Crude oil. Big level here, guys. WTI crude. If they lose it, gold trickling lower yet again. Miners still look like a short, gold and silver miners. Still softening up a little bit. This is where a lot of people are going to start to chase longs in the market as crude is breaking structure here. Gold still trickling lower. Dollar's trying to bounce off its opening range low. Yeah, I'm just being cautious as well. I've got swings on the table. Opening range high breakout attempt here on SPY. Opening range high breakout. The orb traders are coming in full force. Silver still getting smoked. Dow still down 0.6. SPY down 0.4, but climbing back. IWM down 0.7, climbing back. QQQ climbing back, leading the charge. Google catching the bid. Apple trying. Meta's green. Nvidia's green. Microsoft still pumping. Software still looking solid. Gold and silver still looking pretty heavy here. Here comes crude oil, guys. Crude oil is starting to test that pre-market low area. That is a positive. If crude breaks, markets will rejoice. Impressive, impressive reversal. Natural gas stocks got faded. Interesting. They were up sharply in the pre-market. So energy is starting to give up some of the gains here. How is XLE doing? Is that getting faded? Yeah, look at those fades, guys. Damn. People fading energy real hard here. Buy the rumor, sell the news, perhaps. Perhaps a buy the rumor, sell the news. All right, we are testing a volume point of control here, guys, on SPY. So it's a pretty big level. Crude oil still softening up a bit. Software is starting to come in a little bit. SPY is starting to lose a little bit of momentum, some profit taking off that opening bid. IGB still looking solid. Nvidia still looking solid, but coming in a little bit from the highs here. Crude is still breaking lower here. So far, the market has actually taken this somewhat decently. Somewhat decently, the reaction in the market, guys, so far. But we got lots of time left. Market makers will do shady things, man. They will do shady things. Running into a little bit of, oh, gold getting hammered again, guys. Gold coming in, silver coming in. Those miners still look like a fat fade. Gold miners are holding up a little bit better. Sil J looks weak as fuck. Hmm. Still coming in pretty sharply. Yeah, market acts like no war's happening right now. And again, guys, one of the reasons the market likes war, well, there's a couple reasons, but you get a lot of industrial spending, ton of spending. But when war breaks out, and this is where obviously if oil acts as an inflationary pressure, it might not be true, but a lot of market participants think that when war breaks out, we're going to get rate cuts, dovish Fed, lower rates to be supportive of the war. So a lot of the times market participants simply buy on that hype and expectation that rate cuts are going to come quicker. But if the bond market doesn't give the right signals and crude oil stays firm, then that rate cut is unlikely. But very good reaction so far. You think market's going to sell? I wouldn't be surprised for a sell. Mega cap tech though is holding. I mean, Nvidia beast mode, Microsoft beasting, IGV showing strength. Netflix is green. Lots of other software names are trying to firm up here. But you are into a nice little resistance channel here, guys, on SPY. This is a breakdown kind of your bearish channel. Retesting it. If you can get back inside that channel, that would be very positive. Excuse me. Microsoft just printed a new high a day. That seems to be the trade. I'm still holding my lotto downside puts, guys, just in case that they want to take us right down for a round trip to new lows. So I'm still holding my puts, but I do have long exposure. Microsoft and IGV are my biggest positions here. Glad to see that those are doing well, specifically Microsoft. Microsoft is pushing. MSFT. Big push. Look at that stick going for gap fill, guys. Damn, she's a beast. She's a beast today. I like it. I like it a lot. Kratos back to 10%. Yeah, Kratos is a beast. Let's look at Palantir. Palantir still looking squeezy here. LMT. RTX, some of these energy stocks are probably going to catch bids and reversals back to the high. I don't think they're going to get faded. You look at XLE, big buy program. XOM, guys, is probably going to catch up here. XOM's probably going to play some catch up. Still trying to pump to the top here. Microsoft still pumping, guys. Ripping to the top side, baby. Go, Microsoft. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. AXTI, light, laser, all had big jumps today. Nice. Nice. Yeah, rare stocks are doing somewhat decent today. AMD still getting hit pretty hard. Western Digital down a couple percent. Micron down 1% or so. You know, there's still quite a bit of selling under the hood of this market. That's a bearish 10-minute hanging man candle, guys. If you get a lower 10-minute candle close here, the chances of us going lower are highly probable, guys. That's a bearish SPY 10-minute candle. I repeat, just be aware. If we get it, if this candle closes lower than that previous candle, that confirms a bearish 10-minute hangman candle. If you close above it, then the market still can push higher. But just watch here. This is now showing a bit of a bearish candle formation that could take us lower. Just be aware. Gold's still getting hit here. SILJ still looking weak. GDX still looking weak. Silver still looking a little bit weak, but has had a really big sell-off intraday. Your DXY, trying to push off that ISM data, guys. Big sticks and SPY, guys. Big push. Push. That's a nice little range recapture if we can hold on this 10-minute candle. IGV taking a little bit of a breather here. Spy's a machine right now, guys. Buy the dip is still in full force. Just give me a sec, guys. All right, guys, crude oil's trying to bounce off of pre-market low. Just be careful. Just be careful. Squeeze, big squeeze. It's software guys getting hammered. Profit taking in software coming in. Spy's still squeezing. Yeah, and just be careful, guys. Software showing a little bit of signs of distribution. Dollar's still trying to bounce. Crude oil still trying to defend its pre-market low. They could easily take this market still lower. For now, we're looking very strong. Very good reaction. You got your big boys firming up and holding price action. Still got weakness in Tesla, Google, Apple, Meta. But Microsoft, Nvidia software still pumping. Side pressure still continuing. Buying the dip in full force. Crazy, eh? Crazy, crazy, crazy. Looks like war is pretty bullish. Wild. Wild price action. SPY's still pushing. You got Netflix pushing. Microsoft up 1. Nvidia is still a beast. Look at Nvidia go too. Wow. Big squeeze. It's just squeezing hard. She's squeezing hard. SPY's a beast, man. The whole market's ripping here to the top side. Again, I still think there's going to be a big candle down profit taking, but for now, SPY has broken above pre-market high, broken out of opening range, looking solid. Looking very solid, guys. Software still pushing, Microsoft still pushing. Nvidia just a machine. Meta is trying to go back to the green side here. Still got JPM down. God, man, they're buying it up in force. Gold, silver getting a nice little bounce intraday. Microsoft still looking pretty solid. TUWY 50%. Nice, 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 nice. So there has been quite a bit of selling under the hood, but a lot of that rotation has rotated into your oversold mag names, right? Your Microsoft and your Nvidias, guys, putting the market on its back right now. Putting the market on its back. Uranium stocks have turned green here. A bit of additional buy-side pressure in some certain semis. Not all semis, but certain ones. Look at Bitcoin, guys, up 3.27% and moving. Buy side pressure, guys. Even crypto is looking ruthless right now. Crypto is looking ruthless. BTC still trying to pump. Software still looking good. Microsoft new high of day. She's still pumping to the top. SPY wants that gap filled. Jeez, man. She's a beast. All right, Dixie's still pushing. Crude oil still pushing. IGV powering through to that gap fill, guys. IGV is still a beast right now. They're wiping all the short interest out. All the short interest is fleeing. Damn, eh? Microsoft up 1.6% and pushing $6.40 ripper. Crazy mover. Market is still acting very, very strong right now. Crude softening up a bit. It's crazy. That is wild. Crypto is still mooning here, guys. BTC pushing 68.5 on deck. She ripping. Still trying to defend its pre-market low level. Software still pumping. IGV new high of day. She's a beast. IGV going for that gap fill, guys. It's pumping 82.50 on deck for software. So far, there's been really no pullbacks. It's been a straight buy program, guys. Meta, Apple, green, Nvidia ripping, Microsoft ripping. You got the IWM guys green leading the charge up 0.2%. Small caps are flying to the top side. That's surprising. Small caps are ripping that much when yields are ripping too. Wow. Wild. IGV new high of day, baby. Pump software up. Hey, who would have expected that software, the most oversold sector, is ripping? Boom, boom. Look at IGV, guys. She flying. Still printing profits here in software land. Pump it up, baby. Microsoft still ripping. New high day for software. Whoa, man. This is a crazy push in the market, guys. Crazy. She's a beast. She is a beast. Just be careful. We still got that dollar pushing. Yields are ripping. Gold, silver selling. QQQ seeing a little bit of resistance. 606.80. If Qs can get above 606.80, this market will short squeeze the heck, but we're still technically in a bit of a bearish intraday downtrend, even though we've had a massive move. I'd like to see Qs over 606.80 for more bullish continuation. We stick on SPY. That is wild. Usually after a big hourly buy program like that, guys, you get a pretty decent retrace. So the hourly candle has 10 minutes left. So just keep that on in mind. Usually after a big hourly move, you get a retrace. Still 10 minutes left in the hourly candle. So still squeezing, guys. BTC pumping to the top. BTC. She moving. She moving quickly. She is moving quickly. Nvidia still up 1.9%. Microsoft still looking solid. IGV still looks strong. Trying to catch another little bid. So SPX, guys, I'm looking at the chart here, and if we lose 68.52, that would be bearish, but the bigger level I'm looking at is 68.46. If you stay above 68.46 on SPX, we can still remain bullish, but if you lose that, we could easily revisit the lows. So 68.46 on SPX. On SPY, the level I'm looking at As long as you stay above 681.67, you can rally, but you lose 681.67, you're gonna melt. You will melt. All right, crude is getting another spike here. BTC seeing a little bit of a dip. Software still holding. Dollar's still ripping. Yields are still ripping, guys. SPY still hanging in there. IGV, Microsoft, new high of day, baby. Push, Microsoft, push. Man, Microsoft is a beast today. I love it. I love it. Still looking pretty constructive, guys. Wow, look at you up 7%. Uranium is flying to the top, baby. Wow, Nvidia now up a couple percent and still moving to the top side. Mara up 6.38%. That's ripping to the top side. Software still holding steady. S&P still holding steady above its point of control volume shelf. That's a very positive sign for the time being. That hourly candle on SPX has 4 more minutes left, guys. 4 more minutes left on the hourly candle. Just be aware. We've had a really strong move on SPY. Crude oil is still holding pre-market lows, so the market can still sell off from here. Came very close to filling the SPY gap, but looking like we're coming up just a bit short right now. Again, mega cap tech is still looking decent. Meta strong, Nvidia strong, Netflix holding steady. Apple's still struggling a little bit. Google's still struggling. Amazon's still struggling. IWM back to the dark side. IWM is negative again. Your DXY guys pushing right back to the highs of the session, almost to the highs of the session, bumping up into its opening range high. So just be careful. So we're starting to lose point of control on SPX, guys. 68.52.25 is a big level for 68.52 losing on SPX. That is your point of control. Still could bounce though, but you don't want to lose, or it's coming up very quickly here. 68.46 on SPX, guys. If we lose 68.46, which is $4 away, we're going to melt. So far, we're still holding. We are still holding. Look at SPY. SPY still above its point of control, 683.19. Interesting. Uh-oh. It's getting a little bit heavier here as crude is starting to spike. So they paid out massive calls to the upside, all the 0DTE buyers. Let's see if they want to retrace, how much of a retrace they want to do. The dollar DXY, guys, is still flying to the top. Wow. 10-year yield is still a beast. 2-year yield still a beast. Dixie, still beast mode. Crude oil starting to bounce, guys. This is where the market could get vulnerable again. Crude is starting to get rude again. Watch out. Watch out. Hey, yo. Dollar's still ripping, guys. Look out below. We are seeing crypto coming in a bit. SPY coming in a bit. IWM losing its momentum a little bit. Crude oil still bouncing strongly. Alright guys, so that is the hourly candle. This is where the retrace starts, if at all, if we get any retrace, but we've had our first hourly candle close, and it was pretty strong. Pretty strong. Don't want to lose this opening range high again. Spot's starting to get a little bit of sell side pressure here. Gold is starting to pump up a little bit. QQQ still trying to hold. We're reaching a key SPX level. 68.46 is being breached right now. Not the best sign. We could start to melt here. We could start to melt pretty sharply here, guys. This is where you starting to lose critical bullish levels intraday after that big retrace. This could be one big liquidity grab, stopping out the short dated traders off the open, thinking we were just going to flush and gap down. People chase long, and we are starting to melt here. Opening range high retest, big level here for SPY, but I'm not liking the SPX losing. It still has a chance to reclaim, but 68.46 has been lost on SPX for now. And SPY's looking vulnerable. DXY still pressing to the top. How are these energy stocks doing? XOM full round trip retrace. XLE still holding steady. CVX still holding steady. Let's look at GDX here. Still coming, curling down. SILJ, big bounce, curling down. Silver still looking a little bit choppy. All right, SPY still melting a little bit. Crude is also coming in. Touch. Software starting to lose a little bit of momentum. IQ, 30% spike. Nice, good observation. Mine's still pumping, guys. BTC acting very, very well. Dollar, guys, is spiking to the high side here. DXY new high of day, absolutely flying. Whoa. That DXY, guys. Oof, the greenback is running. Greenback is running here. Man, she's squeezing. That should hurt the indices. Surprised that the S&P is holding up this well. Very surprised. Bitcoin squeezing. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8, 10-minute green candles on Bitcoin. She flying. She's ripping. BTC ripping. Damn. Yep, MSTR flying to the top. It's strong. So opening range high has been defended for now on SPY. Your stocks are hungry today. Software still looking strong, guys. Microsoft IGV still pushing. Crude oil still stuck in a bit of a tight range here. Pretty good. This is trying to push up on the hourly chart yet again. Might just do a little bit of theta burn here. Software still pushing. Nice. ServiceNow having a good day. Unity Software is green. Duolingo still struggling. Uranium, that's still strong. SLV still down 3.5%. So I think Microsoft, new high of day, baby. Gold coming in a little bit. Dollar still strong. S&P has recaptured its bullish level, 68.52 above its point of control on SPX. Still a very tricky spot here for the tape. Silver down 3.5. Gold still up 1.16. Nat gas up 3.8. Crude still up 6. Bitcoin ripping up 5.5% on BTC. She flying. So should be supportive, guys. Should be supportive of higher price. SPX trying to push again. SPY pushing. Here we go. They're selling staples and they're piling back into high beta assets. Tech. Software. Rip it. Yeah, puts are slaughtered, that's for sure. Puts are slaughtered. Need a tape bomb. That's why you gotta trade lottos if you're trading anything crazy. You don't want to full port nothing. Small size if you're shorting. It's been a strong reversal. Watch them pump it up to the green side today, fill these upside gaps, and then fucking gap it down tomorrow. Tricky tape. All I know is my Microsoft and IGV are pumping. Let's go. IGV has a potential hourly chart inverted head and shoulders bullish formation. Hasn't triggered it, but it's freaking close, man. IGV is getting close here to a fat squeeze. Gold still coming in. Crude oil still weak. Market's still looking strong. SPX above all key levels. Just use puts and shorts to hedge, yep. Yeah, you know, I took some downside puts today. I've still got them. They're down sharply, but my portfolio is still pretty net long in software. I've been in software for... So that's what I hedged as well. It's exactly what I did, Dom. I hedged my portfolio with some intraday puts today. My bigger core positions are still long Microsoft, IGV. Fucking Nvidia. Should have just bought Nvidia. Look at that move. Phew. Beast. It seems like they do want to take SPY green, guys. Does seem that way. I'm surprised at how well it's reacting here. Bitcoin still moving to the top side. Ripping. Look at SPY. She's a beast, man. Staples are still getting hit pretty hard here as people are piling back into risk assets. Microsoft, new high a day. Pump it to 400, baby. Let's go MSFT. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. Mr. Softy is a monster. Yeah, this market's not out of the woodwork yet, guys. Although it's had a strong bounce, it's not out of the woodwork yet. You know, we could get tape bombs. We could have we still have so much time today that we could have an easy retest of the lows. It still could be crazy. It's been a phenomenal intraday bounce, but things can turn on a dime. Microsoft seeing a little bit more selling. You know, you still got major weakness in Google. That's a problem. You got major weakness in Amazon. That's a problem. Apple's still struggling. Tesla's firming up, trying to go green. Financials are still getting slaughtered, guys. XLF, JP Morgan. I mean, man, that is nasty. Actually, I haven't looked at XLF, but I'm looking at JP Morgan here on my other screen, and I'm pretty sure they're probably very similar. XLF, JP Morgan's worse. Wow. Yeah. Hmm. All right, SPY's still trying to defend its price here. Dollar still at the highs. Gold putting in potentially a bear flag. 53.32 underneath pre-market low. SPY still a grinder. She's a grinder. I still trying to push. Software still looking good. IGV pushing. Microsoft still trying to push to the top side, baby. Staples are still getting sold, rolling over here. Dixie new high, gold coming in, silver still coming in. Apple draining. We are seeing a little bit of softening here, guys, in price. Just be careful if you're long. Microsoft coming in. Nvidia losing a little bit of steam here. Crude oil still holding. Here we go. Markets are starting to roll a little bit more. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Can you check out CDZI for me? I have a lot, and I think it is a bounce point to new highs, but curious on the technicals. Yeah, for sure. I'll take a look. CDZI. Please. Yeah, strong day today. Very strong day. I like it here. As long as you hold this EMA 113, so 520, as long as it holds, it's not a bad setup. Um, Still going to be potentially very choppy. You are kind of trying to get through that weekly 7 moving average. But you're in a very choppy area. This is a tough spot. You got a weekly resistance zone, but if it can hold above that weekly 7, you got a lot of potential upside for sure. No problem. All right, software getting a nice bounce again. SPY still running into hourly chart resistance. Holding somewhat steady though. It is holding steady. Gold still coming in. Your DXY is squeezing, guys. Your dollar is squeezing to the top. SPY still trying to hold some positive structure. Super impressive. Gold getting hammered right now. Absolutely hammered. Staples are still selling off pretty sharply, guys. That's a sign that people are piling back into risk. Uranium, SMR, all flying. Up over 7.4% beast mode. Absolute beast mode. Industrials are starting to get a little bit faded. Let's look at some of these war stocks. They're coming in. RTX. Look at XLI. That's still holding some strength. XOM, XLE still holding. Market is still ferociously strong right now, guys. Absolutely still very strong. Dixie, guys, your US dollar. I mean, I'm surprised the markets haven't sold off. Look at this US dollar, guys. Wow. She's ripping, man. Silver, new lows, or silver coming in hard. Gold coming in sharply. Look at this GDX, guys. Anyone shorted miners? Boom, boom, boom. That's crazy. That US Dixie is a beast today. She ripping to the top. SPY still remarkably holding steady. Hmm. Software, Microsoft starting to come in a little bit, guys. The selling hitting the tape. Gold breaking down. Silver breaking down, guys. They are pummeling the metals right now. That US dollar is up over 1.08%. Silver down 7%. Gold is about to roll here. Holy moly. They are I'm surprised that this S&P hasn't been sold here with that US Dixie just soaring. VIX is still, UVXY still up about 2.8%, but that has been faded. Wow, look at that silver dump, down 7% on silver. Nasty, man, nasty. Miners are getting slaughtered now. Staples are coming in. I'm seeing some industrial weakness creeping back into the picture here. SPY remarkably still holding some technical resiliency. You still have the IWM, which is green on the session. Huh. Wild. Wild price. Gold just went negative, guys. Gold is getting hammered. Look at the selling in the metals right now. Holy moly. Fear coming out of the market. Jeez, that's a big, heavy sell. Anyone that took those shorts on miners, you're laughing to the bank. Laughing. Wild. All right, crude oil testing pre-market low again. Okay, software starting to come in a little bit. IGV. Gold is coming into its prior day high. So there might be a small little bounce trade on gold, but I'm actually looking at a tradable bounce on gold around 52.19 and change. 52.19 and change. There's a bit of a tradable bounce on gold, I think. Crude is softening. That supports the market a little bit more. SPY still holding steady. She's strong. Breaking down, guys. Crude oil breaking down. That's going to give SPY a big boost here. SPY going for gap fill. Trying to break down here should be supportive, guys, of the market. Gold's still trying to bounce a little bit off of its PDH, sorry. IWM, guys, is chugging along. It's up 0.25%. Russell 2000 up 67 cents, squeezing to the top. SPY looking solid. Push here on SPY, guys. Big push. SPY still battling back, climbing fast, hard and fast. Microsoft, new high of day, baby. Still trying to break lower. Some structure here looking a little bit better for a downside short. QQQ trying to go green as well. Qs are trying to go green, guys. Surf. A little bit of selling in your software, guys. Dixie still pushing new high of day. SPY trickling a little bit lower off that 685.50 area. Still acting well, though. It's a beast. It's an absolute beast. QQQ trying to go green. Qs are still trying to press here. Nvidia up 2.21. Moving. Microsoft coming in a little bit. IGV coming in a little bit. Nvidia is still trying to chug along here. Markets are still holding, guys. Crude oil is still softening. Dixie's still at 98.70 at the highs. Gold, silver trying to bounce. Software coming in a little bit, but you're getting some participation from other mags. Tesla's turned green. Apple's green. Meta's green. Nvidia's green. Microsoft green. Amazon and Google are your last two dark horses. Dom's in GLD 492s. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. GLD. What is it, 487 right now? Lower is around that 483.40 zone. Interesting. Still trying to pump to the high side. Crude oil catching a little bit of a bid. SPY still holding. Should see this retrace here. Yeah, it wouldn't be surprising to see a sell at some point, but pretty big rally so far. You're getting a little bit of a retrace. You can see how we've pretty much retraced to 50% retrace of this whole entire down move. Now the question is, do they want to take us a little bit lower at all, or we'll see. Dollar and yields are still ripping to the top, guys. Bottling it back up. Easy. Give me a sec, guys. Still seeing the US Dixie guys flying. I mean, at some point, I feel like this market's going to have to sell. The dollar's too strong, crude's still strong. You got a big buy the dip. I mean, the metals have reacted. Wow, that US dollar is just flying. BTC is holding steady, same with Ethereum. Interesting. So that's adding an extra positive outlook in the tape. Man, that's wild. Crude oil trying to bounce a little bit more. Microsoft and software are starting to come in, guys. They've been their strongest sectors of the tape. Microsoft and IGV are starting to roll a little bit, so just be careful if you're still long. And the S&P is holding steady. Tesla's back to the negative side. IGV coming in a little bit harder now. Software starting to sell off a bit more. Interesting. Microsoft IGV guys still coming in. Nvidia holding steady. Apple's still holding. A little bit of profit taking hitting software. It could rotate into the Qs a little bit. So again, just be careful. Crude oil catching a bit of a bid here. So what's scary about this tape is crude oil is still ripping, holding majority of its gains up about 6%, and the US Dixie has just been roaring. So it hasn't really stopped crude from pushing too high. Anyone playing AAOI? No, I haven't looked at that. I think SPY is going to come down here, guys. I think we're going to get a decent retrace lower. But SPY's starting to roll a little bit, guys. SPY's starting to roll a little bit. A little bit of vulnerability coming into SPY. Here we go. Starting to fall a bit harder here with crude spiking, the Dixie softening here, guys. Tilting it hard and fast right now, guys. Hard and fast. Here comes the selling. She's getting heavy. She's getting really heavy. Price action starting to roll here, guys. Price is starting to roll. Nasty rollover. Here we go. She's starting to get heavy. Sarfrez, your puts are paying. Your puts are paying, baby. Nasty rollover, guys. That's filthy. We could, if we lose this area here, guys, especially opening range high, we could easily go down to the lows. We could go down to the lows, guys. The fact that crude is battling back again, this is a bit of a problem. This could be a lower high in the market, guys. This could be a high, lower high, lower high, lower high. We could be vulnerable here. If they don't hold this zone here, this could be nasty. Nasty, I tell you. It's not looking good, guys. Not looking good after that. Close here 11:30. Still got strength in crypto, ripping. It's still looking a bit vulnerable here. You're getting a little bit of sell signal on your 515. I guess, and I do have a sell signal on the 4-hour chart too of SPY. So I don't know, man. We could see some harsh selling here into the end of the day. Trump is set to speak too, so that's another factor that we need to watch for. Staples are still getting drained. You look at Coca-Cola, you look at how's actually Walmart doing here? Yeah, Walmart looking pretty weak, guys. Walmart might be a short. Look at Staples, man. Staples are getting drained here. Let's look at utilities coming in, energy coming in, financials still looking weak. Yeah, things are looking gnarly here, guys. Yeah, I'm still in my 681 SPY puts. I always size for zero. Whenever I enter any options trade, I'm sizing for zero. You're in puts though. You're in the lottos, right? You took what did you say? 6700s SPX, so those should be paying. Maybe they haven't moved much, but no, I'm still in 681s. They did cross over the 50-cent stop, but I'm looking for 100% minimum. So I'm in at 67 cents on the 681 puts for SPY. They're right now at 89 cents, so I'm still looking for more downside. I've even got some crazy lottos from this morning, 671s on SPY, which are pretty much toast unless we get a crazy afternoon selling regime. Nvidia still holding, software still holding, catching a little bit of a bounce here. To short opportunity. Oil still trying to hold. Gold is coming in a little bit harder now, guys. GLD seeing some more sell side pressure. Big bounce on SPY. Pushing up again. SPY's getting a nice buy program here. They are defending it. Big bounce on your SPY. Defending that point of control, volume shelf for the time being. AVAV, any thoughts? Let's take a peek. So it's probably doing well, right? Oh shit, that gap didn't crack. Damn. What happened there? Wow. Let me look at some of these others. Yeah, LMT also coming in. So it does seem like these war stocks are becoming a bit of buy the rumor, sell the news. RTX still holding quite steady. LMT coming in. You've seen energy giving up quite a bit of its gains. XLE is still trying to hold steady and float up a little bit more, but definitely struggling. How are the drones doing? No, I'd stay away from AVAV. That's nasty. That is dirty. Maybe people are just worried ahead of earnings, but I mean, there's some support here, but I don't like that reversal. That had every rhyme or reason to stay strong, and look at that liquidation. That is wild. You might get a bounce here, retrace back to kind of your PDL, PDH levels, but wow, that is crazy. Good observation. I didn't even see that. They wrecked that stock. That's wild, eh? That is wild. Wow. AAOI still pumping? Yeah, that is. Ondas coming in, so drone, Palantir still holding steady. How's Micron, AMD? AMD's clawing back as well. Interesting. So there's a few bright spots in the tape here, guys. A lot of stocks are trying to keep clawing back. Big bounce in Microsoft here. He's still got Nvidia chugging along, guys. Nvidia's a beast right now, so it's tough for this market to go down if those names are pumping back to the top. SPY is a beast. Look at that 10-minute bounce. Whoa. That is a fat fucking rip. Holy smoly. That is wild, eh? Right back to the top side. That is crazy, man. This tape, eh? What a bounce, man. Yeah, the end of day, the sell may only see some profit taking end of day. But for now, we're recapturing bullish levels, and SPY is ripping. Holy moly, look at that freaking bounce. What a beast. People are wanting to buy it up. Everything, buy it up. Yep, what a candle is right. What a freaking candle is right. That's a fat bid, man. That is a fat bid. SPY looks like it's trying to go green again. Crude oil still holding steady. Think we're going to 680, 685. Yeah, we're going green. SPY just went green there, guys. SPY just went green. Look at that. Beast. What a beast. SPY clawing back. Microsoft still pushing, software still ripping. Look at Nvidia, guys, pushing into PDH level. SPY right at PDH. Market is still pumping and jumping. Crazy. Um, I'd rather just take a fresh entry in something else, but looks like SPY could actually SPX. I'm watching the SPX chart and it might want to push to 68.85, so it might have another $10 push here. There's definitely some resistance here on SPY. That SPX chart looks like it might be able to push a little bit more. A little bit more. What a beast move. Wow. Microsoft still getting squeezy. Bitcoin still trying to hold the majority of its gains. No advice. Yeah. Yeah, it's not a bad area. I'd wait for a sweep of this high if you're looking to short again. The 686.90 sweep. Definitely some resistance, but man, she's looking strong. That bounce is ferocious. Look at Nvidia. Nvidia coming into prior day high, guys. Definitely some resistance, but whew, she's a beast. Dips have been gobbled up. Doesn't look like there's going to be a pullback. Look at UAMY, that's up 15%. Moving. Quantum's trying to claw itself back as well. People are buying the dip. Yep, puts are cooked. They are ripping shit. They are ripping shit. Boeing, how's BA doing? That's had a nice move. Right. Google's trying to claw itself back. That's a hard reversal, guys. Now there's potentially a bit of a bullish inverse head and shoulders setting up here. I mean, technically we have triggered a little bit of a bullish formation here on SPY that could send us higher. Wow. What a candle. Squeeze. He's squeezing hard. Man, oh man, oh man. Breaking down again. It's falling sharply. That actually helps, guys. That helps the market. Look at crude going. Crude is rolling. Probably short again, guys. Sweeping that high pivot. If the market clears this, we're looking at a gap fill up here. Wow, that is wild. If we do a double gap fill, guys, that would be crazy. Absolutely crazy. Well, I think Trump is coming out here, guys, very shortly. I'm not chasing yet. I mean, you could buy a pullback if you get it, but remember, we still have a lot of time left. Markets are obviously bullish intraday, but anything can happen here. Anything can happen. Trump is still set to speak here. So far, the markets are acting pretty much how they have on a historical basis, where they bottom on war. Trump is live, guys. Trump is live. Nvidia is still pumping up 3.13%, guys. Trump is live speaking. Sunk 10 ships. Will oil run again? I don't like the natural gas trade. I'm more bullish oil than nat gas. Nat gas, I'm not really liking it as much. The technical setup, I think, is long crude, short nat gas, but obviously energy's got a bit of an underlying bid to it just because of the war. But I'm not really liking nat gas. I still have it priced in that nat gas is going to go lower. It's acted very disappointingly, considering it was up around the 307 area and it's pretty much given back the majority of its gains. Not a good sign. Honestly, there's a lot of natural gas. Like, we have so much supply across the tape. Obviously, if they start bombing the infrastructure, that would change, but I don't like nat gas, to be honest. I'd stay away from oil. Even you look across the landscape and the resource stocks, so EQT, RRC, AR, they were all up huge in the pre-market and they've even been faded. All right, 676 puts on SPY Lotto. 676 puts on SPY Lotto, 8 cents. Size for loss if you're going to play. Sizing for loss, guys. Again, I still have a lot of long exposure in software and IGV, so I don't mind hedging with short dated just taking a bit of protection. The market still looks like it's going to push up, but just understand this is a hedge. Microsoft, new high of day, clearing 400. IGV still off of the highs. Nvidia still a beast. Google, Amazon trying to firm up, but still struggling. Microsoft still looking squeezy. Dollar is coming in, guys. Your DXY coming in pretty sharply. For a little bit of sell pressure here. Crude oil trying to bounce. Gold still coming in. Dixie retracing pre-market high. Microsoft still looking squeezy. IGV, a little bit of a double top resistance, but looks like it may try to push. Nvidia still up 3%. There's definitely some hourly chart resistance here, guys. 4 hour and hourly chart on SPY. Prior day high. Big spot. Still acting well. Trying to push back up. Dollar still getting faded a little bit here, guys. Microsoft software still trying to push. Nvidia coming in a touch here. But you're getting participation from other mags. Financials, JP Morgan still weak. Nvidia is starting to come in a little bit. Dollar trying to backtest pre-market high. It is softening a little bit. Gold is trying to defend 53.08. This is the dangerous tape where the market looks to be consolidating at resistance, and then what? Do they slap it down? I mean, jeez. It's been an impressive bounce. Whoops. Still holding some positive structure. Could still easily gap down tomorrow. All right, guys, just be careful here. Markets are starting to roll a little bit. Hmm. They're still defending SPY, guys, acting well. Here comes an attempt at a breakout for the S&P again. Crude oil trickling lower. Dollar is still softening. Yeah, PLTR catching that kind of war defense bid along with an oversold IGV bounce. So it's got the best of both worlds. Um, it could still run higher if the market, as long as the market stays firm, Palantir could still push. I mean, this 157 gap looks juicy on PLTR. You're going to have a little bit of downsloping resistance around, call it 152, but it's moving. It is moving, that's for sure. And SPY is also moving here, quick. Wow. That would be wild. If SPY fills the 689 gap, that would be insane. Man, that would be insane. Nice. Hey, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. Much better to be lucky than good. Big spot here for SPY as well. It's a volume weighted average price going back to mid-December. SPY, new high of day. She's squeezing now. Holy moly. She's getting squeezy, guys. Microsoft still pushing, testing that gap fill around 401.80. I don't mind Microsoft trying to squeeze some more. Go, 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 MSFT. SPY new high of day. Microsoft new high of day. Things are still looking squeezy here. Looking very squeezy. It's fully bully, guys. We have recaptured some crazy levels here. My oh my. SPY is looking strong. If we close up here on SPY, we're going right back to all-time highs. That's wild. Still got some time left in the day, but holy shit. The fact that we're back inside this channel, a little bit of hourly resistance here. Man, if we hold inside that channel, SPY is a beast. SPY is a beast. Microsoft up 2.1%, baby. IGV up 1.5%. Software still acting very well. I like it. I like it a lot. Go software, go. Unity, strong. Netflix is green. We're still up over 20% on our Netflix position. That's good to see. Very good to see. Crypto still holding the majority of its gains. I'm surprised the Russell has had such a move today. All indices are green, but that Russell with yields ripping, I'm super surprised. All right, I'm going to take a little bit of a lunch break here. I'm still going to watch the charts just in case we get any sort of tape bombs or anything like that. I'm surprised we haven't had a tape bomb today. It's been pretty much a straight grind higher. Small intraday pullback here. But other than that, it's been a one-way straight buy program in the tape. Very, very impressive. Very impressive. All right, guys, good. You know what's interesting is LMT, guys. Lockheed Martin has pretty much almost gapped and cracked. You wonder if Raytheon RTX is just slightly behind it. Looks like Raytheon is trying to come in a little bit now, but LMT doing a full-on gap and crack, which is somewhat interesting. I wonder if these other war stocks, you're seeing quite a few war names are giving it up. Same thing with energy, that's giving it up, but I wonder if LMT is going to fill its downside, or RTX is going to fill its downside gap. That's around 202.50-ish. Interesting. Very interesting, actually. The spread is a little bit wide. It's okay, though. Temptation is real. All right, possible failed breakout here on SPY. Possible failed breakout, guys. What's that level? SPX. Let's see. QQQ. Is be careful here. Markets, if we lose prior day high, really the next support is back down to the 684 level on SPY. All right, so you can try to buy prior day high here, but if you lose it, you want to get out of your calls. So very near term support. Squeeze here in SPY. Big squeeze. New high of day. She breaking out. Going for that gap. 689.30 here is the gap fill on SPY. It's a gap fill. So that's kind of the next magnet target, upside target. You still got to get through this first 618 fib retrace at 687.69. I would still think there's going to be at least a pullback back to prior day high. But gap fill is on watch for SPY. If you did a double gap fill today, that would be crazy bullish. Crazy. Our SPY is getting slightly rejected off of its VWAP going back all the way to mid-December. So volume weighted average price 687.19, seeing some slight sell side rejection off that area. Selling here in SPY, guys. SPY is getting some sell side pressure. We are seeing Nvidia losing its prior day high, guys. PDH is being lost on Nvidia. Google starting to test 307, looking like it may want to sell off a little bit more. Selling guys hitting the tape. Nice decline hitting the equity market, guys. Trying to lose PDH level here. So far they are defending PDH. Small positive for now. Guys, we are still seeing Nvidia curling to the downside, losing a little bit of momentum. Microsoft's trying to curl down here. Google trying to curl down. S&P still curling down, but bouncing off of prior day high. Again, you lose prior day high, guys, and this thing could melt pretty quickly. So far, they're trying to defend it. Dollar is still grinding higher. You got crude oil grinding a little bit higher. Nice bounce on SPY off of prior day high, guys. We are still looking constructive. Google's trying to bounce. Microsoft still looks still somewhat strong intraday. Nvidia trying to defend its prior day high. You got crude oil trying to creep. If crude oil gets back above pre-market low, this market may start to sell off a little bit more. And it is slowly starting to grind. Just as we saw this last 20-minute rally, you've seen a bit of a 20-minute pullback in SPY. So it's still a heavy correlation in the market between crude and SPY right now. IGV software still holding steady, but gotta watch Nvidia getting rejected off its PDH level. Google still looking heavy. Tesla back to the dark side. Meta, Apple still green. IWM still ripping. SPY still holding above PDH, so that's a good positive sign for now. Nvidia still looking pretty heavy here. We're getting heavy. Nvidia, they're trying to buy it back up, but they're selling Microsoft, Google at the moment. Crude is trying to get back above that pre-market low, and you can see how the indices right away react negatively. Now, testing prior day high again. We pierced it, defended it once, getting another retrace. Again, if we lose PDH, guys, we could have an end of day sell program hit the tape. We are starting to roll a little bit heavier here. Spiking. Because here comes a big test here. This is a level that the Bulls want to defend, but are losing. Big dump in the tape, guys. Big dump in the tape. We rollin' heavy. We rollin' heavy. We rollin' heavy. Do do do. Do do do. Here comes the bearish close. Watch us give back everything. Gosh, man, it's the same friggin' tactics. Run it up in the morning, sell it in the afternoon. Man, these guys are snaky. These guys are snaky. Not a good sign that we've broken this. We could still go much, much lower. I think the next real support is down here around 684. That's your next fib level. The fact that we failed to get above the 618, failed to hold the 50. Now we're going back to the 382. And if we lose this pivot low here, guys, this hard reversal zone, I mean, it is night, 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 night again for the markets. How's that RTX doing? Should I have shorted that? Nope. Thank goodness I didn't short RTX. Are energy stocks making a move again? XOM still lagging. XLE still lagging a little bit. Oh. Guys, I just trimmed half of my Netflix position, sold half of my Netflix shares for 24.4% profit. Still going to leave the other half on the table. Just moving a little bit more defensively as things are looking a little bit more vulnerable here. Flush it here. I mean, we're looking pretty heavy here. We've lost that prior day high. I mean, there's not really much support here other than this 50% fib retrace level, which right now we're trading under it. So again, I still think that they're setting us up here for a bit of a flusher. The only positive that I see is your QQQ. So your QQQ just hammered off of a volume weighted average price going back to basically the beginning of February, February 6th. So Monday, February 6th, we just back tested a VWAP zone on the Qs. If that doesn't hold, we're gonna knife hard. And we are coming in pretty hard right now. Final 2 hours in the tape, guys. Final 2 hours in the tape. Do people sell it all and wait for the morning just to buy it all up again? That's the question. It's catching a little bit of a bid here, 53.20, guys. SPY looking heavy, QQQ looking heavy, SPX melting here. She melting. Seems like the market is setting up for an end of day flush. Peace Wood, a buy program in the markets retesting. Yep, gold having a nice bid off the lows, 53.30 on deck. Crude oil keeps rejecting off of that pre-market low. What a move. New high of day. What a fucking squeeze. Holy moly. Look at that. Market goes from looking vulnerable to super bullish. Wow. That was a big ramp up. What a squeeze, guys. Wow. That was crazy. Right, I'm taking a lotto here into the end of the day. 207.50 put on Amazon. 207.50 put on Amazon. Size for loss. Crude spiking here again, guys. Crude oil is spiking yet again. SPY is still pushing. Amazon losing a little bit of momentum. S&P 500 getting a big push here, but mega cap tech is starting to wane a little bit. Amazon melting. SPY still a beast. Guys, Amazon puts are working quite nicely here, up 27%. Still looking for more though. Amazon's starting to come in nicely. Go down, Amazon. Drop it, baby. So you did get a big bounce across other S&P 500 sectors with that push, but what I did observe is a few mag names actually got sold into there. 44% up on Amazon puts, guys. Amazon is starting to roll here. Come on. She rolling heavy, man. Keep her going. Keep her going. SPY hitting that 618 zone. SPY is still a beast, guys. SPY is still a beast. What a fucking rip in the market. Crazy, eh? SPY is squeezing. You got Microsoft coming in, Amazon coming in a little bit. Got Nvidia still up 3%, coming in slightly. Mega cap tech losing a little bit of momentum here. Come on, Amazon. Fall. Fall, 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 Amazon. Let's get these puts in the money. Come on. Buy is just full send. Beastin'. Man, your dollar is falling here. DXY pulling back sharply. SPY's just full squeeze. Full fucking squeeze. Amazing. Amazing. The war. People love it. Here comes Amazon trying to bounce now. Bastard. $69.10 incoming SPX. Where are we at right now? 68.98. Yeah, volume weighted average price moved up. So VWAP moved up to 6,900. 6,900 is a big level. That is a little bit of a psych level. We'll see. I mean, we're still in this war environment. It wouldn't surprise me to see more selling into the end of the day, final hour or final half hour or so. De-risking. We've had an extraordinary rally off of the lows. A lot of stocks have caught in bids. You know, you just look at this move, 1.5% move to the upside. So it wouldn't surprise me, but then again, you know, people are now having to chase with this V-shaped recovery and bounce. And there's still quite a lot of quality names that are oversold. Like Microsoft's still under 400. That's like a no-brainer. Man, that's a no-brainer. Pre-market low. So I'm potentially about to melt a little bit more, guys. I'm still writing some Amazon end of day puts, 207.50 lottos, up 27% right now. Come on, just flush Amazon. Chart is weak, 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 weak. Nice decline on Amazon, guys. Amazon's starting to melt here. Come on, Amazon. Melt it. Melt it down. Burn it down, baby. Burn it down. 55% on these puts, guys. Come on. Give us more. SPY still holding 688 like a champ. Come on, Amazon. Just flush it. Give us a hard candle down. Again, up 66% on these Amazon puts, guys, but I want to see a nice flush here. Come on. Don't stop there. You know you want to go lower. Microsoft curling slightly down. SPY still holding 688.15. Make it eat dirt. Still an impressive day, though, I must admit. An impressive day. I didn't think I thought there was going to be a big dip by, but I didn't think it was going to close green today. Wild. Freaking wild. I guess there's still a little bit of time left for it to sell off, but looking pretty decent. Oil getting rejected off his pre-market low. Sorry. I thought there was going to be bigger swings today, guys. Up and down all around, but it's been pretty much a one-way freight train to the upside. One way. Yep, it's been a power move for sure, Peter. Dollar still softening, so is crude oil. That is giving SPY the ability to just hold steady. She holding steady. IGV up 2%. Microsoft still up 1.8. Amazon looks like it wants the next leg lower. Come on, baby. Don't be so stubborn. Get back above that 70.91 pre-market low. Still struggling. Dixie trying to get back above opening range low, but still struggling. Is still holding. Oh, it's like watching paint dry right now. And Amazon wants to flush, but this fucking market's too strong. Amazon wants to flush, but the market makers don't want to take it down. Okay, come on, Amazon. Come on down. It's your time to shine. Spiraling a little bit. Microsoft starting to curl down. Amazon still struggling here. Looks like it wants to have a late day flush. Tesla's just chopping sideways. Nvidia curling down but sitting right on its prior day high. AMD losing its prior day low. Micron curling down a touch here. You got Google starting to curl down, selling off quite sharply. IGV losing a little bit of momentum here. Things are struggling a little bit. Meta, that's curling to the downside. IWM still flagging sideways. So it seems like Mega Cap Tech is seeing a little bit of distribution here. Looks like it doesn't want to go down. Come on, Amazon. SPY still seeing some strength. Shit's starting to get wiki out here, guys. Could be setting up a big move. Shit is getting wiki. Uh-oh. We're about to get a big move here. Oh, SPY's rolling. They see me rolling. They hating, patrolling, and trying to get me right dirty. Amazon breaking down here, guys. Amazon is breaking down here. Slap it. Just give it a good old slap. Come on. That was a nice sell in S&P, but I want more. Take Amazon down. Come on. End of day sell. Looks like it. Looks like we're going to get a roll here. Nice. We're still in these Amazon puts. 207.50s. Come on. Up 77%, but looking for more. Come on. Come on, Amazon. You've been weak. Market selling. Just drop it. Just drop it, man. Just flush this motherfucker. Excuse my language. All right, 105% on these Amazon puts. Let's get paid. If you're wanting to trim, good spot to do so. I'm going to hold. Nice. 144% on these Amazon puts. We getting paid, baby. Let's go. Full cent, 205% gain. Come on down, Amazon. It's your time to shine. Guys, I just trimmed half of my Amazon puts there. 205%. Trimmed half. 205% gain on Amazon puts. Boom. What a fucking scalp there. Beautiful. Beautiful, guys. Nice way to end the day with a beautiful over 200. Look at this. All right, guys, I'm going to close my Amazon puts here. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Thank you very much, baby. Laughing to the bank. That's what I'm talking about. 285% gain, guys. Trade on Amazon has been closed. Pleasure doing business with y'all. Pleasure doing business with you. 207.50s printed. That's what I'm talking about. Man, they're flushing the market hard. Hard, hard, hard. 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 Wonderful trade on Amazon, guys. Hopefully you guys caught that. Hopefully you're able to get paid. Yeah, they are nasty. They fucking plan it for the last little hour. But I stayed the course. I picked on Amazon because it was weak. It was giving me a sell signal, even when the S&P was holding steady. 207.50 puts in the money for Amazon, guys. Boom. Wonderful job, guys. Wonderful. That's amazing. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Holy, those are still running, guys. Anyone still in them, you're in the driver's seat. Do not let the trade go against you. But 207.50s printed on Amazon. Boom, look at crude oil fucking ripping. Holy shit. I didn't even realize. There must be Iran conflict, guys. Look at crude. Big spike. Boom. Big spike on crudy Rudy. Getting rude again. Ooh, we're gonna have a nasty close here, guys. We're gonna have a nasty close here. Oh, shit. They roped everyone in. People are stepping away on their swings, and now they're gonna rip it to the downside. And we're gonna gap down tomorrow, or what? Gap down tomorrow. Gap us down tomorrow. Oh, Amazon. 207.50s. Let's go. Fucking rights, man. That's all it takes is one big 0 DTE to fucking make your day. Man, that was filthy. Filthy! Let's go! Send it to the basement! Send it to the basement. Send it to the basement. Spy is melting. Melting like a snowflake. Man, that Amazon. Hopefully you all got paid, guys. Hopefully you all got paid. I certainly did. Boom. I like it. Come on. We got more. We got more down. They're gonna flush this puppy into the close, man. Come on. Come on. Flush it. Rip the band-aid off. Rip the band-aid off. Take us downtown. Take us down. Wow, that's the crazy thing. That is wild, man. 68.52, guys, I think is where we're going to land on the SPX. 68.52, which is down here still. Quite a bit farther. Ooh. Ooh, yeah. Things are gonna get yeah. VIX is spiking. Here we go. Here we go. They are gonna dump us into the close. US dollar spiking. You got crude oil spiking. Market's gonna flush into the close. Come on. Why are you bouncing here? 10-minute 50 SMA? No ways. Come on, you got lower to go. You got lower to go, Spy. Yep, what a spike, eh, Dom? That little drop just paid the shit out of me, man. Fucking bastards have been snaky all day. Snaky all day. Here comes the capitulation. Send us to the basement. Imagine we close back under pre-market high. That would be wild. That's the problem about this tape, guys. When you're in a war environment, the tape bombs come hot and heavy, fast and furious, man. Fucking melt it, man. Melt it like an ice cream cone. Come on. Do not try to step in front of this, guys. I would not even try to take a bounce. They're gonna fucking dump this thing hard. Like, realistically, who wants to hold into the close? Who wants to swing overnight? Unless you're highly convicted in some software stocks. Everything else can still get hit. Even software can still get hit, but I don't see them wanting to close positively here. Yep, we got lower to go. Look at this. Here comes the free fall. This is the IV spiking higher. Amazon puts still paying. Flush us, baby. 45 minutes left. And we are breaking down here, guys. That is potentially a lower low intraday. If we get that 10-minute candle close below these lows, expect more downside. Things are getting gnarly out here. VIX is still spiking. Don't step in front of a falling knife right now. Guys, the upside was had. They're gonna pay the puts here, guys. They burned everyone out on the put side. And now anyone trying to buy the dip, I feel like they're just gonna snake them. If they bounce this market, I'd be surprised. Dollar still spiking, crude still spiking. Crude back up 7%, nat gas up 4. Filthy. Dirty dogs. They are dirty. Oh, they are going to give it a facelift, eh? Wow. Wow. Big buy program. Stand corrected. They're buying it up. Trying to. Anyways, I'm not even looking. Unless they have a... If they got a wild flush down in the next 20 minutes to this pre-market high, maybe I'd take a bounce trade, but... Jeez, I'm surprised they're saving it. Stick save. They still can take it lower. Maybe I should take a lotto spy put. Fucking bullshitters. Let's see what we got. They should take it lower still. BATL halted? Interesting. Hmm. Alright. They're bouncing it. Stick save. Dixie softening a bit. Look at this BATL. Jesus. Holds it. Yeah. Yeah, that one's probably going to gap down. BATL. Look at the Russell here. Russell's still holding above. Look at the relative strength in the Russell. Super impressive. Wow. That's wild. Surprised they gave it a bit of a fade. I thought they were going to just flush us. Still trying to press to the top side. Look at that Russell bouncing hard. Still think they're going to try to close SPX at 68.52 around that area, which is about a $20 flush, $25 flush. 68.52 I have major support there for SPX. 68.52. Let's pull up the SPX chart here. You can see that's the point of control that I'm looking at, guys, for SPX. I think that's where we're going. There we go. Very surprising. So they are trying to save this tape. Crude oil, guys, is still ripping. Dollar's still ripping. I'd be shocked if they don't sell the SPY here. I'd be shocked. Crude is still ripping here. Opening range high retest. Dollar back above 98.60. Clearly some Iranian news is yet again hitting the tape. Pricing in. Some downside volatility. Melt it. Melt it, baby. Melt it. Come on, don't just pin us here under PDH. Are you serious? Crude is still ripping, guys. WTI crude still ripping to the top. Come on, SPY. Give us the sell. All right, looks like they're trying to defend it. We got 26 minutes left. Come on, you know you want to go down, SPY. Let the waterfall begin. Drop it down, baby. Drop it down. SPX 6852. Give me that close right on point of control, guys. Come on. 6852. Give it to me. Today 3-minute H pattern on SPY. Getting rejected off a prior day high. We are melting a little bit. Crude oil still ripping. Microsoft getting hammered down. SPY still defending price here. All right, it still looks like they want to flush this, guys. It still looks like they're going to flush it. We haven't even had MOC. Crude oil is not stopping. Dixie's still pushing. QQQ underneath its VWAP right now. So looks like they want to flush. Microsoft coming in. VIX is still trying to push. But there might be too many puts out of the money. 0 DTEs, so they could just pin us too. Well, looks like they're going to pin until MOC. Pin or push. EATL back open, yeah. Alright, is crude oil still trying to press through its opening range high? Dollars coming in a little bit. SPY's just chopping sideways here. So they're trying to give it a little bit of a facelift here. Alright, nice push. Trying to get back above prior day high. Microsoft still coming in a touch here. Still got software coming in a touch here. Nice bounce back on Amazon. Nvidia bouncing back. AMD bouncing. Micron getting a big stick. Tesla trying to bounce a little bit. Google still looking pretty weak. Crude oil still trying to press. So it doesn't look like SPX wants to get to this 68.52. Still a little bit of time, 20 minutes plus MOC. MOC in 10 minutes, guys. What are we thinking, guys? Pop or drop? Pop or drop into close? Was it Amazon? Yeah, it's bouncing, holding that 207.50. SPX, still slightly negative. IWMQs, Peter's saying no. In reality, I mean, no one knows. Pop or drop or pin. I guess that's the third option. Pin us. All right, 3 minutes till MOC, guys. 3 minutes till MOC. So far, crude oil holding up 7.5%. 72 WTI crude dollar trying to get back above its pre-market high. SPY sitting right on its prior day high. Let's see what we got going. Let's see what we got going. Oh, man, this market is gonna be one tricky SOB. Man, those tape bombs intraday are gonna be wild. We're gonna be having them for probably a few months. Microsoft potentially still setting up a very large inverse head and shoulders pattern, trying to carve out and establish a little bit of a base here. MSFT. Hmm. All right, 2 minutes till mock, guys. 2 minutes till MOC. This is where get that increase in volume. 2 minutes. I repeat, 2 minutes. Hmm. 20 seconds till MOC. 20 seconds. Send it. Send it somewhere. Oh, a little bit of volatility, pop, drop, all over the place. So far, they're trying to push it up. We'll see which way they want to go. So it looks like they might try to push it up here, guys. Got some buy side pressure. Mock coming in on the buy side. Looks like they may try to give it a little bit of a tick. But shit, I don't know who wants to hold any short dated shit. Shares, you're okay. Excuse me. Damn. Made me tired today, this. This price action has made me tired. That's what we're gonna get. Is a pin. They're pinning us. Looks like it. Wow. Yeah. They burned everyone, guys. That was a shitty fucking mock. Man, we got no volatility. Absolutely nothing. 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 Tape bomb. Boom. Nope. Ah, there was money to be made everywhere. There's money to be made everywhere. You had a fat reversal off the lows. If you traded zero DT calls on S&P, you made money. Most software got bought up off the lows. A couple intraday shorts, but mainly buy side pressure. You know, WTI crude, it kind of had just a choppy range. Uranium, moneymaker. Shorting the metals, that was a good moneymaker. SIL-J, I mean, look how SIL-J how it bounced back. Crazy, eh? All right, so they are giving the market a bit of a facelift here into the close, final 5 minutes, and it does seem like they want to give it a bit of a pump. But yeah, you're right. The oil had the most volatility for sure. Lots of volatility in the oil. Big squeeze on SPY. They're trying to squeeze SPY to the highs. SPY still trying to squeeze. All right, guys, I'm gonna pack it in. Overall, I mean, fuck, I lost a couple on some shorts, but made money on Netflix. Nice gains on our common shares, guys. Trimmed that position today, up over 24%. Made a nice little short trade into the end of the day on Amazon there. Overall, we'll see what happens with the markets. There's still a lot of headlines that could shake things up. Apparently, there's an interview tonight with Netanyahu that could always shake things up. Again, Netanyahu's kind of very, very bullish the war. He's still an aggressor, defending Israel. So I think any rhetoric out of him is probably likely to be bearish the market, but we'll see. So far, it's been a very, very strong reaction off of the lows for the markets. The markets are living to fight another day. All right, guys, we'll see everyone tomorrow. I'm still plus. Yes, YS, nice. Yep. It's much better to be positive, for sure. Yeah, I was happy to see software doing well today again. Microsoft and software, that's pretty much my portfolio. A few other names, obviously. But all right, guys, we'll see you all tomorrow. Take it easy.